Gornitai. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please everybody chant as loud as you can. We want Krishna's mercy. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Ashtotara Sata Shri Srimad Bhai Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Ashtotara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sekaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktavrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Shri Shri Gaurnitai Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Navadvip Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Yamuna Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Tulasi Devi Ki Samaveta Bhaktavrinda Ki Jainitai Gaur Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories unto the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. So before the arati finishes, we're all going to take a seat and we're going to have the Nrsimhadev prayers, the prayers for protection. So everyone can find a space on the floor. We'll take a seat and we'll finish the arati within a couple of minutes. It's prayers for protection. Please take a seat for this final part of the arati.
Namaste Narasimhaya Prahlada Daine Hiranyakashipun Vakshaha Shilatankana Kalaye Ito Nrisimha Parato Nrisimho Yato yato yamitato nrisimha Bahira nrisimho hridaye nrisimho Narasimha marim sharanam prapadye Tavakara kamalavare nakam adbhuta shringam Dalita hiranya kashipu tanu bringam Keshavadrita narahari rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nrisimha Dev, Nrisimha Dev, Nrisimha Dev, Jaya Nrisimha Dev. Jaya Pralat Maharaj, Pralat Maharaj, Pralat Maharaj, Jaya Pralat Maharaj. Maharaj, Pralat Jaya Pralat Shri Simhadev Bhagavan ki Jai, Pralat Maharaj ki Jai. Gaura Pramanand.
Hare Krishna. So now there'll be a Bhagavad Gita class here in the temple room. So if we can make some space, just over here we'll have the Vyasasan. And Nikhil Prabhu will give us a Bhagavad Gita class. They'll also be serving prasadam down in the Haveli. And on your way out, there is a book table in the reception. All these books are for donation basis, so please grab yourself a book on the way out. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everybody. We're just going to have a Bhagavad Gita class in a few minutes. Just before that, we will be doing some kirtan, singing a very nice bhajan called Jai Radha Madhav. So if you know this bhajan, please join in with us. Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Okay, Hare Krishna, thank you everybody for singing so nicely. So now we're just going to have until about 2 o'clock, we will have Bhagavad Gita class. So the topic that we're going to be discussing is, what are the most important questions in life, as explained in Bhagavad Gita. So we're going to start with a very simple question. Very simple, but also very complex question. And that is, who are we? So this is kind of the first question that Krishna basically answers in the Bhagavad Gita, mainly in the second chapter. So we have the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. As most of us probably know, that the Bhagavad Gita is set on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. And the first chapter is basically just setting the scene, what is actually happening here on the battlefield. And then the second chapter, is basically described as the whole summary of Bhagavad Gita. So everything covered in the later chapters is all summarized in chapter 2. And specifically, who are we? So normally when we do Bhagavad Gita class, we start with one particular verse and then it's based on that. But because we have a different topic this time, so there's a few different verses that we will discuss today. So the first verse, this is from chapter 2, text 12. So I'll just recite the Sanskrit first. Na tvevaham jatu nasam, na tvam ne me janadipaha, na chaiva na bhavishyama sarve vayam mata param. The translation for this verse is, never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. So Krishna is basically, he's mentioning kings, so obviously this is in the middle of the battlefield, in between the two sides, and there are many kings and great personalities on both sides. And Krishna is saying that you, Arjuna, and myself, and all these other kings and soldiers and everyone else on this battlefield, there's never been a time when we were not living, and there never will be a time when we will stop living. So we will exist all the time. So basically Krishna is explaining, all of us, we are eternal beings. And so we hear that, but obviously from our experience of life, from our understanding, we know these bodies, they're not eternal. They have a certain time, and we cannot, stay within this particular body eternally. So what does it mean that we are eternal? So obviously identity must be something different from the body, must be something else. So Krishna explains in the Bhagavad Gita that something else is the soul. The soul which is inside this body made of matter. Just like the body is covered by clothes, similarly, this body is like a piece of clothing for the soul. So then, just a bit more information on this. So the next verse, text 13 of chapter 2. Dehinosmin yatha dehe kaumaram yovanam jara tatha dehantara prapti dhirastatra namhuyati. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. So here Krishna is giving the example of, just like we have a little boy, the body that they have when they grow up is very different to the body that they had as a child. And then later in life, when they're elderly, again, the body that they have is very different. It's, unrecognizable from the body that they had when they were a baby, for example. So we can see the body has completely changed. So who is that person that has stayed the same this whole time? It's obviously not the body. it is the soul. So, and another verse that Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, where he basically explains, because Arjuna obviously asks, okay, you're saying that we had so many lifetimes before, we're going from one body to another, but how comes I don't remember this? So Krishna is saying that it's because you've changed your body. So when we go into a new body, we forget our previous life, we forget our previous experiences. But Krishna says, but I remember all of it, because obviously Krishna is not going through this process of going from one body to another. He is always, just the same in his transcendental body. But yeah, so he's explaining that throughout this whole process, who we actually are, that doesn't change. So then, for a large part of, there's a whole series of verses in chapter 2 where Krishna is describing the characteristics of the soul. The soul is like this, the soul is like that, etc. So one of those verses, so this is same chapter 2, text 20. Najayate mriyate vakadachin nayam bhutva bhavita vana bhuyaha ajo nitya shasvatoyam purano na hanyate hanyamane sharire. So translation for this: for the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever-existing, and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. So here is giving some more details about what is the nature of the soul, what is our nature. And so he's saying the first thing in this verse, that for us, for the soul, actually, there's no birth, there's no death. We are never born, we never die. And the soul is never destroyed. And then he goes on, I haven't listed these verses, but there's many verses where he says, for example, the soul cannot be cut, the soul cannot be burned by fire, the soul cannot be drowned in water. It's completely untouched by all these material things. So similarly, the soul, who we are, is in the body, but it's not touched by the body. It's separate. It's just that we are currently in a confused state where we are thinking we are the body, not the soul. So I'm going to speak more about that very soon. So basically, the first question I said, who are we? So can anyone tell me what is the answer to question 1? Who are we? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Atma, eternal soul. Okay, so, and we are saying, the soul doesn't suffer any of these things that the material body suffers. So then we might be thinking, okay, if we are this eternal soul and we are in this state, then how comes we are here in this world suffering then? What is the reason for this situation? So basically, we've forgotten we are the soul. So we have mistaken our identity. So basically, we are under a kind of illusion. It's often described as false ego. False ego is I, our sense of identity. So our real ego is to know that we are the soul. So false ego, or ahankar, this means to think we are actually the body. And so we're thinking, because obviously what are we all trying to do in this world? Be happy. So if we're thinking we're the body, then obviously we're going to do whatever makes the body happy. But because we're not the body, those things can't actually make us happy. Only if we understand, first we have to know who we are, then we can actually know what can make me happy. So first we have to actually know I'm a soul. Then we think, okay, if I'm a soul, what makes the soul happy, not the body? And then we can go from there. So we're thinking the body, and body means these senses, these different senses that we have. We are trying to, we are acting in such a way that gives pleasure to the senses, gives enjoyment to the senses, gives happiness to the senses. But like we said, we are not the body, we are not these senses, we are the soul. So because we're not getting any satisfaction from these things, so therefore we are suffering. And obviously it's suffering because, like we said, we are eternal, we are immortal, we never suffer these things. So obviously if we're in this material body, which we all know, we don't need to go into it, we all know how so many limitations our bodies have. So obviously if for an eternal being to be stuck in a body like this, is suffering in itself. Just being in this situation, just being in a body, never mind what is happening to us, but literally just being in this body is like being a fish out of water. Obviously, it's a very undesirable situation. So then, the way Krishna explains this basically, this desire to please the senses, to please the body, Krishna says this is lust, this is kam. So lust doesn't just mean, sex desire, it just also means anything which pleases the senses. So then Krishna basically explains, this is chapter 3, text 39, where he says that the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. So basically, like we said, any desire to please the senses comes under this category. And it's also described, it's just like, if we're trying to satisfy the senses, it's just like pouring oil or pouring ghee on the fire. It's not going to reduce the fire, obviously it's going to make the fire even worse. So the more we try to please the body, then the more the body will demand more and more, the senses will demand more and more. And Srila Prabhupada, he would sometimes describe in his classes that it's like, he's kind of speaking, he'll be speaking from the point of view of us, from the ordinary living entity, saying that, for so long, for so many lifetimes, I've simply been serving my senses, but they've never given me any break. They never allowed me to stop working for them. They never give me any pension. And now I'm just, I've just had enough of serving these senses, which, nothing I do for my senses is ever good enough. So now I've had enough of this. Now I want to serve Krishna. I want to understand how to love Krishna, how to serve Krishna. So in the next verse, which I forgot to write down. Anyway, so we will move on to the next. Okay, sorry. So let me ask you again. Why are we? So we are all eternal souls. So why are we suffering? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So actually, most of that we already mentioned, but the karma is a good point. I didn't mention that as well. So basically we're acting to please the body, to please the senses, and this has been going on not just for a few years or one lifetime, but many, many lifetimes. And the more we do it, the deeper we go into this illusion that that we are the body. And we go through so many different so many different forms of life. It's described in Bhagavad Gita. Krishna describes 8.4 million different kinds of material bodies that we can take birth in, and we actually go through all of these before we have all been sitting here in this room in a human body. Before that, we went through 8.4 million different kinds of bodies. So it's been a very long journey for us to be sitting here at Bhaktivedanta Manor and hearing about all these things. But yeah, so as I was saying, the more lifetimes we have in this material world, it's like we're just going deeper and deeper into. Sometimes this materialistic life is like a dark well, and we've kind of fallen into this well, and it's very hard for us to now come out of that. But fortunately, we are all hearing this knowledge from Bhagavad Gita, from the scriptures, and from the devotees. So we're in a very fortunate position. Obviously, only out of these 8.4 million species of life, only in human body can we actually understand these things. Can we actually make some spiritual progress? Okay, so we described who are we and why are we suffering in this world. And we kind of mentioned how Srila Prabhupada was saying, for so long I've been serving the senses, now I want to serve Krishna, I want to serve God. So then obviously, next question would be, who is God? So then, Krishna says, this is in chapter 15, text 17, where he's saying that there is the greatest living personality, the Supreme Soul, the imperishable Lord Himself, who has entered the world and is maintaining it. So he's giving a little description of who that person who is known as God, what are the characteristics, of that God. And then in the very next verse that he says, because I am transcendental beyond both the fallible and the infallible, because I am the greatest, and I am celebrated both in this world and in the Vedas as that supreme person. So first he's giving some description of God, and then he's stating that I am that person that is being described in the Vedas in this way. But obviously, Krishna himself is stating that he's God, but we don't have to just take his word for it alone. He mentions that he's known also in the world and in the Vedas. So he's known by many people in this world, by many spiritual authorities as well. Not just, you can say he's known by many people as God, but what is that qualification for knowing that Krishna is God? So many scriptural, many devotees, many very advanced devotees who are considered authorities in spiritual life, they also say Krishna is God. And Krishna is saying here, he's known in the Vedic scriptures as God as well. So the Vedic scriptures, again, they're considered an authority. So all these different authorities are confirming that Krishna is God. Because, people themselves say, I am this, I am that. We may not believe them, but if other people are saying that, and people that are very well respected, or the scriptures, if they are saying that, then we can develop more faith in that. So this is saying basically then that Krishna is God. And so then so now we know, obviously it's this is just a very short summary of these things. And when we get a chance, if we can read the Bhagavad Gita ourselves, then we can understand these things in more detail. But if we say at least theoretically now, we have some understanding who are we and who is God. So now if we know these two things, but we've kind of understood them in isolation, but now we want to know, okay, I'm here and this is God. What is the connection? What is the relationship between us and God? So this, again, in chapter 15, this is described in text 7. Mamaivamsho jivaloke jivabhuta sanatanaha manashashtani indriyani prakriti stani karshati. So here Krishna is saying, the living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. And due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the senses and the mind. So basically, there's 2 points here. So he's saying that the living entities, so all of us, we are his eternal fragmental parts. So we are all parts of Krishna. But he's saying eternal parts. So it doesn't mean parts in the sense, when we understand from a material point of view, there's a part of something. So, something has been split into different parts, so then that whole is no longer whole. But on spiritual platform, it's not like that. It's saying we are eternally parts of Krishna. So it's not that at some point, we had God and he split, and that God is no longer there. There's just all these little parts. No, we've eternally been part of Krishna. And it's said that when the part is taken from the supreme whole, the whole still remains. So it's sometimes explained in a simpler way that, normally 1 minus 1 is 0, but on spiritual platform, 1 minus 1 is still 1, and 1 plus 1 is 1. So whatever you do, the whole still remains. So we have eternally been parts of Krishna, and then he explains what we kind of mentioned earlier, how we're struggling with the senses, also the mind. We all know how much struggles we can have with the mind as well. So he said, due to conditioned life. So that's kind of what we were saying before, being conditioned over many lifetimes to think we are the body. So, so we are all eternally parts of Krishna. So then, so we have some knowledge now, but what do we do with that knowledge? There has to be something practical that we do with that knowledge now. All of this is not just about gathering theoretical knowledge just for the sake of it, but what do you do after that? So then, Srila Prabhupada, he explains, like you have the finger, or you have the hands of the body. What is the purpose of these hands? What are they meant to be doing? They're meant to be serving the body as a whole. So the pa is meant to serve the whole. The pa is meant to give satisfaction to the whole. The pa is meant to give happiness to the whole. So if we are saying that we are all parts of Krishna, so doesn't that mean that what are we meant to be doing? We are meant to be giving satisfaction to the whole. We are meant to be giving satisfaction to Krishna. We are meant to be giving happiness to Krishna. But by trying to satisfy Krishna, we satisfy ourselves. Because, when the body is satisfied, that means all the parts of the body are satisfied. Or if another example Prabhupada likes to give, that we water the tree, all the parts of the tree are satisfied. We don't have to water the leaves, water the branches, water everything separately. No, we just water the roots. In that way, everything is satisfied. So Krishna is compared to the root, and we try to satisfy Krishna, we try to water the root. Then all of us, because we are all connected to Krishna, then we will all be satisfied. So it's not that because someone tells you, you're meant to be serving someone else. So it doesn't mean that we're not going to be happy with it. It doesn't mean you're like a slave. It's not like that. When we talk about service, it's nothing like that. It's because it's our natural position, then it makes us happy as well. Because we were saying earlier, we need to know who we are, and then we need to know what makes us happy. So we know we're the soul. So this is what makes the soul happy. To be serving to Krishna, to be engaged in that relationship with Krishna. So that is kind of, I guess, the goal as well, is to, because like we said before, we kind of forgotten this. We've forgotten this knowledge. This relationship with Krishna, we've forgotten. So our goal really should be, that is another, obviously, probably the most important question we ask, what is the goal of our lives? And it is to reawaken this relation, not awaken, but reawaken this relationship, which we all have anyway, but we've just forgotten. So because it's reawakening, it's not man-made, it's not artificial, it's natural. This relationship we've always had with Krishna, we just forgotten. So it's not that, it's not that you're coming to the Hare Krishna temple and they're telling you that you should serve Krishna. You have a relationship with Krishna. It's not that someone is trying to convert you. It's someone is, you can't convert someone into what they already are. So we are already servants of Krishna. We already are devotees of Krishna, all of us, but we've just forgotten. And not just us sitting in this room, who at least we know something, we're coming before Krishna, we're trying to be devotees. No, every single person, even if they don't know it yet, they're also devotees. Everyone is a pure devotee as well. That is everyone's original position, but like we said, we've just forgotten. So then, that is also the reason why you see devotees going out on the streets, devotees doing kirtan on the streets, giving books on the streets. Why are they doing that? To remind those other souls, because they've been fortunate, they met devotees, those devotees woke them up, awakened them to their relationship with Krishna. So then they thought, okay, these devotees have helped us, but now we can see all these people outside. They're sleeping at the moment, so let's go and wake them up as well. Just like these devotees have woken us up, now let's continue this and give back. So that's why the devotees, one of the most important things for them is to try and remind others of this relationship that we have with Krishna. So what do we do? Krishna says, chapter 15, text 19, that whoever knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me. So we are saying, we're talking about knowledge, and here he's saying that whoever knows Krishna as the Lord, as the Supreme Lord, they know everything. Just by knowing this one thing, that Krishna is God, then we know everything. Because God is everything, Krishna is everything. So if we understand Him, then we can understand everything. As we said, everything is a part of Krishna. So it says that what do? We engage ourselves in full devotional service to me. So what does devotional service mean? It simply means, instead of what we've been doing so far, pleasing the senses, it means pleasing Krishna. And actually, this is what Srila Prabhupada, he defines as the difference between lust and love. We mentioned earlier, lust is to please the senses. Love simply means to please Krishna. That is the only difference. So basically, devotional service, it's an expression of love. It's not something that we think, oh, I have to do this, and it's like a burden, and we don't really want to do it. No. It's an expression of our love for Krishna. So, devotional service, it just means doing things for Krishna. So, full devotional service, he's saying that is ultimately what we should be aiming to do. Full devotional service means whatever we do for Krishna 24/7, whatever we do 24/7, that should be for Krishna. So, of course, that's a very high position. That's very, if someone tells you to do that 24/7, just do things for Krishna. That can sound quite difficult, can sound quite daunting. But so it's not that we immediately try and say, okay, from this second now I'm going to do everything for Krishna and forget about everything else. No, it's not. We can't just jump immediately to that position, because so many lifetimes, so many millions of lifetimes, we're used to doing nothing for Krishna and doing everything for ourselves. So we can't just, it's been 100% for us, 0% for Krishna. We can't immediately swap those two things around. It's a gradual process. So gradually, 10% for Krishna, 90% for ourselves, then eventually 50%, then eventually, obviously, the aim is 100%, but we're still doing things to maintain our lives, but it's just we're changing our understanding of why we're doing the things. We're doing the same things, you know. We're still eating, sleeping, working, all these same things. It's not that the activities need to change, but the understanding, the consciousness behind it, the intention behind it needs to change. Okay, so, but again, what kind of things? So we're saying service. What does that actually mean practically? What can we do? So one of the things we just did before this is chanting the names of Krishna, kirtanam. This is actually service as well. Just by, this means kirtan means to glorify Krishna, to glorify the Lord. But this is a service. So just by chanting, just by singing Krishna's names, that's a kind of service. So that's a lot more simple to do. You know, in kirtan also dancing, that is serving Krishna. So, you know, most people enjoy singing and dancing, so that's, you know, not so difficult for us to do. And then also, even having prasad is service. If we have the right mood, not this that I want to eat as much as I can, then that's not exactly service, but it's devotional service. If we understand this prasadam, this food, it's been offered to God, it's been offered to Krishna. It's no longer something material, it's completely spiritual now. And we are accepting it like that. This is Krishna's mercy in an edible form. We are eating, in a sense, eating Krishna's mercy. And so we have that understanding, this has been given to us from Krishna, and we have that gratitude. And we understand, we are no longer just eating to enjoy the senses, we're eating because we're maintaining this body so that we can do more for Krishna. Okay, so the topic, just to recap on the questions, so we said that the topic is the important questions of life. So question 1, we mentioned, who are we? And we discussed that we are the soul, the eternal soul. Question 2, why are we suffering? And the answer was that we're suffering due to forgetfulness of Krishna, forgetfulness of our relationship with Krishna, forgetfulness of our real identity. Then, question 3, who is God? And we discussed how Krishna is God. And then, question 4, we discussed that now that we know who is God and who are we, what is the relationship between the two? What is our relationship with God? That we are parts of Him. We are eternally parts of Him. And in that sense, we are eternal loving servants of God. So that is our relationship with God. Then question 5 was basically, what do we do with all this knowledge? The answers to the previous questions. What do we do now that we've got the answers to those questions? Is serve Krishna, try to satisfy Krishna. By satisfying Krishna, we automatically satisfy ourselves. And true satisfaction, full satisfaction, in a way that we can never, is impossible to experience. If we just try to satisfy ourselves and ignore Krishna, then it's not possible. We will never be able to experience this real happiness, this bliss, this ananda. This is real happiness. We can only experience that if we try to satisfy Krishna. So obviously we had limited time, so we had to kind of rush through the whole Bhagavad Gita and summarized it in only 5 questions. But obviously there are 700 verses, so it's hard to do that in this short time. So, but we said one of the main things that we can do is chanting, is kirtan. So I think there's going to be more devotees coming after this class to do more kirtan like we had earlier. But maybe we can just do some kirtan now for the last 9-10 minutes of the class. Because that's kind of, like we said at the conclusion, what do we do now? Well, we can do kirtan. So that's a very simple thing that we can do. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Everybody please join in. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you so much for joining the Bhagavad Gita class and the kirtan. So I believe some more devotees will be doing some kirtan now as well. Hare Krishna.
Sing for a bit. We start at 2, but I'm the only one, and I have to go. They'll be here, but just maybe not for 10 minutes. It's up to you. It's up to you. No pressure. Maybe we bring the harmonium here because Prem Sankatapur would want to sit there. Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Play that a little.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada.
1, 2.
Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gauda Haribo, 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 Nitai Gauda Haribo. Nitai Gauda Haribo, 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 Nitai Gauda Haribo. Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bo, Shri Prabhupada ki Jai, Hare Krishna.
Next time, we'll get something to do.
I just was here, so I just sat there. I have to go now. I wasn't going to come, but I was here anyway, so I just stayed. So sorry.
Good. श्री श्री राधा गोकुलनंद की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, श्री श्री गौरनिताय श्रीला प्रभुपाद की जय. We're going to continue with chanting the Maha Mantras. Please everybody join in with the kirtan. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prashyata Desatari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Adada Srivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, oh Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I can drop the key down.
નવું
નહીં હતું
નવું છે
મને આજે આજે ઇનિશિએશન હતું ને
ઓ એટલે
મને લાગે છે बैंड बाजा जी, बैंड बाजा।
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
હરિ બોલ.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
હરે કૃષ્ણ હરે કૃષ્ણ 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 હરે 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 રામ હરે રામ 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 હરે હરે
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Jaya Ram.
Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha.
Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe.
Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha.
Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari Bol.
Please everybody stand up for the aarti. No, read. Please, please. Go. Good. Go on. Thank you.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasarine Nirvishekha Sunyavadi Ashtakyare Satarine
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe
Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe
Jayo Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jayo Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jayo Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman
Jaya Gaura Netai Jaya Gaura Netai Gaura Netai Jaya Gaura Netai
Jaya Gauranika 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 Jaya Gauranika
Jaya Gaura Netai Jaya Gaura Netai Gaura Netai Jaya Gaura Netai
Jaya Gauranika 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 Jaya Gauranika
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Prabhupada
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Prabhupada
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada
Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Gurudev
Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol
Hare Krishna. Okay, so we're asking everyone to put their arms up in the air, nice and high. If you can, take a deep breath. If you can repeat after me as loud as you can, please. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Okay, you did very well. So if you put your hands together, if you have room, you can bow down. We're going to do Premadwani prayers. For example, if I say Sri Vrindavan Dham Ki, you say? Okay, that's good. Can we try it with a bit more enthusiasm? Sri Vrindavan Dham Ki. I knew you could do it. Jayom Vishnupad Paramhansa Parivrajakacharya Astotar Sata Shri Srimad His Loving Divine Grace Abhaya Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Shri Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Ramacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Shri Rup Shri Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunath Sad Goswami Prabhupada Ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasti Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Madan Mohan Shamakun Radha Kun Shri Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Ganga Mai Jamuna Mai Ki Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi Ki Shri Mathura Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Shri Dwarka Puri Dham Ki Shri Ayodhya Dham Ki Shri Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham Ki Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yoga Dharma Ki Srila Prabhupada Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Vaishnav Sangha Vaishnav Seva Ki. So the next part I say all glories assembled devotees and you say Hare Krishna. All glories assembled devotees. All glories assembled devotees. All glories assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. We humbly request everyone to sit down. We're going to sing the prayers to Lord Nrsingadev, who is the protector of Prahlad Maharaj and the protector of all the devotees. Thank you.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlad Lad Daine. Prahlad Lad Prahlad Lad Daine. Prahlad Lad Daine. Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha. Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha. Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha. Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha. Shilatamkana kalare. Shilatamkana kalare. Shilatamkana kalare. Shilatamkana kalare. Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha. Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha. Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha. Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha. Vae Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha. Vae Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha. Vae Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha. Vae Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha. Narasimha Madim Sharanam Rapade. Narasimha Madim Sharanam Rapade. Narasimha Madim Sharanam Rapade. Narasimha Madim Sharanam Rapade. Tavakar Kamalavare Naka Adhuta Singha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Vringa Keshavita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Tavatar Kamalavare Naka Adhuta Singha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Vringa Keshavita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Keshavita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Keshavita Narhari Rupa Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jai Jagdisha Hare Jayo Narasimhadev 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 Jayo Narasimhadev Jayo Narasimhadev Narasimhadev Jayo Narasimhadev Jayo Narasimhadev Jayo Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jayo Prahlad Maharaj Jayo Prahlad Maharaj Jayo Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jayo Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. जय नरसिंह देव की जय, प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, शिला प्रभुपाद की जय, साई गौर प्रेमानंदे, हरि हरि बोल।
The next arti will be at 7 o'clock. Until then, we continue with the chanting of the Mahamantra, the kirtan. Please everybody join in. Thank you, Hare Krishna. And if you have to go, there's some Mahaprasad being served outside. You may make sure you take some Mahaprasad before you go home. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama When you go home, when you go
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki Jai Shri Gaur Nitai ki Jai Srila Prabhupada Ato cha माता जी के
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare all together, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram all together Hare Krishna Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare all together Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare all the way Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
पाछे
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
오늘 આવ્યો તો ને
Hare Rama,
હે?
Hare
ઓ ત્યાં લઈ ગયા છે
Rama Rama,
ત્યાં લઈ ગયા છે don't worry.
Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
You ready? Yeah?
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari
Jai Radha Madhava
Kunja Bihari
Gopi Jana
Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja
Bihari, Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari.
Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari
Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari
Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari.
Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana
Braja Jana Ranjana
Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana
Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana
Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari
Yamuna Tiravanachari
यमुना तीरवनचारी
यमुना तीरवनचारी
यमुना तीरवनचारी
यमुना तीरवनचारी
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी
गौरधराज जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव
कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी
यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यशोदानंदन
ब्रज जन रंजन
यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन
यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन
यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यशोदानंदन
ब्रज जन रंजन
ओ यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यमुना तीरवनचारी यमुना तीरवनचारी यमुना तीरवनचारी
यमुना तीरवनचारी
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी
जय राधा माधव
कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे
ओ हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे हरे
कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम राम
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा
We're going to have the Bhagavad Gita class now. Our dear devotee here is going to speak to you and address you everything from the Bhagavad Gita. So please face towards on this side where the speaker is. Please, thank you. By the way, his name is Ian Prabhu, and he's from Kenya, Mombasa. Mombasa, Nairobi? Nairobi.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. So thank you very much. I've been given this small service to share something small about the teachings of Krishna. The topic today is that Krishna is our only shelter. Krishna is our well-wisher. Before we begin, we're going to look through the Bhagavad Gita. But before we begin with the Bhagavad Gita, I'll recite a few mantras for invocation. We ask the sadhus. The sadhus, they give us blessings. So when we try to share anything, I'm not sharing anything, but it's by the mercy of the sadhus that we can be able to recite anything and understand. So I'll recite some mantras. If you know them, please join in. Otherwise, meditate on trying to get something from Krishna to be able to learn today. Om Jnanatirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahaganara Gunatan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakal Patarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. One more. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Nantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki. So Krishna hey. Krishna is our well-wisher. Krishna is our best friend. Isn't it? Many times we come to the temple to see Krishna. So we'll say, oh, on a Sunday I'll come to see Krishna in the temple. On a Wednesday I'll come to see Krishna in the mandir. But Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says, I'm everywhere. I am also within your heart. And you can connect with me at any single time, at any single moment if you chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna is not like us, because us, there's a difference between ourselves and our name. But with Krishna, there's a difference. With Krishna, if you recite his name, it's the same as Krishna being there. If you're thirsty and you say, water, 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 you'll still be thirsty. You have to drink water so that you can quench your thirst, isn't it? But when you chant Krishna, 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 even if Krishna in the mandir is not there, or you're not in the temple, Krishna will be there within the heart. You will feel Krishna's presence. Srila Prabhupada asked his disciples one time, he asked them, how do you know Krishna is real? How do you know Krishna is real? What do you think? Someone, show of hands. How do you know that Krishna is real? Tell me. He blessed you with 2 kids. But I can say somebody else blessed you with 2 kids. How do you know it's Krishna? Aha, you used to come here to Krishna. Okay. Anyone else? How do you know that Krishna is real? How do you know? How do we know that Krishna is real? It could be somebody else. It could be Vishnu is giving you blessings. It could be Shiva who is giving you blessings. How do we know that it's Krishna? How do you know that Krishna is real? Good question, isn't it? How do we know? Prabhu, how do you know? How do you know that Krishna here on the altar, over here on the altar, is real?
I'm very happy, so Krishna is always happy.
But Krishna is giving happiness to people even who don't know about Krishna. Many people who are living in the UK, they don't know about Krishna, but they're happy. Many people who don't live in the UK, they have children also, but they're not coming to Krishna. So how do we know Krishna is real? Good question. It's your feeling. Please, give a round of applause. This is the answer. The answer that Srila Prabhupada accepted was that when I chant Krishna's name, when I come to the temple, I feel Krishna. I feel him. There's no point in coming to the temple and just seeing and going. Some people, they come, oh, my child is about to do exams. Please give them blessing. I give you 20 pounds. Here. Make sure my child does well. Okay, Krishna, I'll come see you every Sunday. If you give me a child, here, 50 pounds. Oh, Krishna, I have a new car. Please bless my car here. Like this. That one you can do, no problem. Anyone can do. But the difference is when you feel Krishna, when you feel Krishna within your heart, when you feel Krishna maneuvering your life, that is the real juice. Many people, they come to Krishna like they're going to Tesco's. Isn't it? Shopping. Krishna, I want the blessings. Krishna, you give me this, I know you're real. You know, if you don't give me this problem, but if you give me, Krishna is real. I'll bring everyone to Krishna. Krishna is working. But Krishna says, I don't want to have a transaction with you. You know, it's not just about I give you something, then you know it's me. I want you to feel me within your life. I want you to feel me within your heart. And so Krishna's given us a nice method that we not only see him in the mandir, but also we feel him everywhere where we go. Everywhere where we go. The Bhagavad Gita is a powerful book. Conversation between Krishna and who? Arjuna. Arjuna was in distress. Karpanya dosho pahata swabhava prichamitvam dharma samuda chetaha. I am confused about my position, Arjuna tells Krishna. And I have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. Yach chesyan nishtitam bruhitan me shishyasteham shadimam tvam prapanam. Arjuna tells Krishna, but I am a soul surrendered unto you. You tell me what to do. Many times do we tell Krishna to tell us what to do? We come to Krishna. Krishna, I want you to do this. Isn't it? Krishna, I don't like what's happening. I want you to do this. But what did Arjuna say? Krishna, this is my situation. I've come to you. You tell me what to do. So not approaching Krishna like I want something, but approaching Krishna to give us advice, to give us guidance, to shelter us. So Arjuna was very smart because he decided to become Krishna's disciple. And Arjuna is representing all of us. In many ways, we are all going through suffering, one way, shape, or form, isn't it? Who is not going through suffering? All of us, we're going through suffering somehow. Birth, death, old age, disease, COVID-19, isn't it? Problems here and there. The neighbor is bringing stress. Rent is bringing stress. Children are bringing stress. Work is bringing stress. Stress is coming from everywhere, isn't it? This is the nature of this world, Krishna is telling us. This material world as it is, it's always going to be problems. But if we turn to Krishna, if we seek Krishna's shelter, Krishna's protection, he is guaranteeing that even though the problems come, no problem, we will always be happy. Beautiful verse in Bhagavatam. Narayana para sarve na kuchascha na bibyati svarga apavarga na rake heshvapi tulyarta darshina. The sadhus are saying, even if I'm in hell, even if I'm in heaven, no difference for me because I'm with Krishna. Even if good things are happening, even if bad things are happening, no problem for me because I'm with Krishna. For us, when good things are happening, we feel happy. When bad things are happening, we are in so much distress. But we're being asked by Krishna, put your hands up and say, Krishna, you take care of everything. You've promised, isn't it? So in that mood, we approach Krishna. Krishna, I want to feel you. I don't just want to come for shopping. I want to feel your love. You know, when mom was chanting Jaya Radha Madhava, I was looking at her. She chanted Jaya Radha Madhava, feeling Krishna. And that is real. Because you can go to the club, if you chant like this, you don't feel the same. You can drink alcohol, if you chant like this, you don't feel the same. But when you chant the names of Krishna like this, as we are doing, definitely you feel the difference. Krishna becomes established within your heart. He is seated within all of us. He's waiting for all of us to connect with him. Even me, who's coming from Kenya, who's never known about Krishna my entire life, he's also given me a chance to connect with him. He's giving opportunity to every single person to experience him. Don't just try to test Krishna, but try to taste him. Taste him in the name. Taste him in the mandir when you come to see him. Look at how beautiful he is. Even if you have any problem and you speak to Krishna, what does he do? He's still there smiling. Other people, you talk to them, they go, oh. Then they go behind your back, they say, so-and-so is going through so many problems. So bad for them, isn't it? But with Krishna, you tell him, oh Krishna, I'm having a tough day. He's smiling. He's always smiling. Shrimati Radharani, Shrimati Radhika is there, her hand is out, she's ready to do seva. We are all part and parcels, expansions of Shrimati Radharani. So even for us, we are mostly happy when we do seva. For example, how many people here can cook? How many people here cook? No Prabhu's putting your hand here, you can't cook? We all can cook, or some of us can cook even at least khichdi. If you cannot cook khichdi, there's a problem. When you cook for yourself, it's very nice, isn't it? But when you cook for other people, when you cook for your children, when you cook for your relatives, when you cook for your family, doesn't it feel way much better? When you serve others, it gives us more satisfaction within our hearts. Why is that the case? Because Shrimati Radharani, we are expansions of Shrimati Radharani. And for us, we are only happy when we serve. Now the problem is when we come here, we want to be the boss. I want to be the boss. I want everyone to serve me, isn't it? I want everyone to, I want people to respect me, isn't it? I want to be the boss. Huh? Everyone looks at me and they say, yes, he's the good one, he's the big one. But like that, we will never be happy because we're only happy when we serve. Even those ones who are looking for money, they're looking for money to serve their family, isn't it? They want to put mom and dad in a big car so that mom and dad are happy, they become happy. Isn't it? They want to take their children to the best schools because if their children are happy, then they are happy. This is because for all of us, we are happiest when we render seva, when we serve others. If we try to become God, if we try to become the controller, if we say, Ishvara aham bogi, I am the controller, then you will only suffer because you're not the controller. One man, he told Srila Prabhupada, he went to tell Srila Prabhupada, I am the controller, I even control my body. Then 5 minutes later he said, I'm going to the toilet. So Srila Prabhupada looked at him and said, I thought you were controlling your body, why do you need to go to the toilet? You're not in control even of your own body. Your body tells you, I'm tired, go sleep, you have to listen. Isn't it? The government tells you, you need to do this, you have to listen. Even the child agrees. Isn't it? We're not controllers. We're not controllers. We try our best to control, but every time when you try to control a situation, you will always be disappointed. Isn't it? At times even a parent wants the best for their child, isn't it? And they're telling their child, I want you to do it like this. But the child is saying, I want to do it like this. Classic example. Papa is telling his child, listen, listen, listen. But child is saying, aha. Right? So at times we can't control. We can't control even when we try. Even if we've been with them all our life, we can't control. Isn't it? At times we find parents, they come, their children 17, 18 years of age. And a mother is coming and is saying, oh, what can I do? My son is going to university and all he wants to do is go drinking. He wants to go partying with his friends. Isn't it? And they get very upset. What can you do? But you can't control your child. All you can do is serve the child and control yourself. So I tell people, if you want your child to become more spiritual, what do you have to do? You have to become more spiritual. We have a wonderful example, one beautiful devotee who comes to the temple. His parents were practicing Krishna consciousness, were coming to the temple regularly chanting Hare Krishna. The parents tried to convince him, my friend, to become a devotee. But he said, no, I want to go party. I want to have a good time with my friends. And so he went to enjoy, but he was never coming home happy. Every day he was coming home, he was tired. He was exhausted. He was stressed. I'm losing so much money. I'm doing this, that, and the other. Then one morning, he woke up early. And what did he see? He saw his mother and his father up early in the morning chanting Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. And he looked and he said, wow, my parents are so happy chanting like this. Maybe there's something that they're doing that is right. And then he came to the temple. And now he comes to the temple twice every week to render seva. And he decided, I'm going to give my life to serving Krishna. There's nothing better than serving Krishna. So the best way we can convince others is if we become an example. If they do not see you chanting Hare Krishna, if the only time they see you coming to the mandir is on a Sunday, then even them, all they'll do is go to the mandir on a Sunday. If you tell them to come on a Monday, they say, no. Why do I need to come? You never used to go to the temple on a Sunday, on a Monday. So you have to lead by example. And why is this? Because Krishna and Radharani are leading by example. Everything that Krishna is doing is leading an example for us. Similarly, Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, he leads by example. The Bhagavad Gita is a conversation where Arjuna is asking important questions. Questions that all of us need answers to. And then Krishna is giving these answers very, very nicely. Krishna begins even in the Bhagavad Gita, first chapter, Krishna says nothing. He is Swayam Bhagavan, but he says nothing. Chup karo, he keeps quiet. He doesn't say anything. And he listens. He listens to Arjuna. Arjuna is saying, this is my problem, that is my problem. Then later, Krishna gives advice. Only in the 4th chapter does Krishna say that he is the controller. He is the one who's controlling. And only later on in the Bhagavad Gita does he say, Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja. Aham tam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami masuchaha. Don't fear, Krishna tells Arjuna. This world is giving us so many things that we can fear, isn't it? As soon as you get out of your house, anything can happen. That's the world we live in. Nowhere you can be guaranteed safety. When I was in Kenya, I thought, if I come to London, I'll be safe. But even in London, there's problems. Everywhere there's problems, isn't it? At times we leave where we are from, we go somewhere else to start a new life, right? Thinking there will not be any problems. More opportunities there, but also more problems. More money, more problems. Isn't it? So we can never run away from problems. We can never run away from problems. But we can learn how to deal with our problems in the right way. And the best way to do so is if we keep ourselves connected with Krishna. Krishna is our well-wisher. He knows everything. Past, present, and future. Krishna says, you've had very many bodies. Dehinosmin yata dehe komaram yuvaram jara. Tata dehantara praptir dhiras tatra namuhyati. You had a body. Once upon a time you were like this one. Then you were like me. Then you grew older. So the soul similarly will transfer and go to a different situation at the time of death. A sober person is not disturbed by this situation. But we become very disturbed. Oh my God, I'm getting older. You look in the mirror, oh Krishna, what's happening? Isn't it? We become very disturbed by the things that we know we cannot control. But Krishna is saying you cannot control these things, but you can control how you connect with me. So he pleads with us, take shelter of the holy name, take shelter of my association. Come to the temple, don't just come to put 5 pounds, 10 pounds. Come to the temple to chant Hare Krishna, to hear Krishna Katha, and to associate with the sadhus. There's so many sadhus here who have managed, they have worked very hard every single day to connect with Krishna, and many of them are connecting with Krishna very nicely. When they chant Hare Krishna, they are seeing Krishna. Me, when I chant Hare Krishna, I'm struggling. My mind is going here, everywhere. In Niti Shastra, I think Chanakya Pandit, he describes the mind. And you know what Chanakya Pandit says about the mind? He says your mind is like a monkey. Not just any monkey, your mind is like a drunk monkey. Not just a drunk monkey, your mind is like a drunk monkey that's been bitten by a snake. Not just that, your mind is like a drunk monkey that's been bitten by a snake and is being haunted by a ghost. What will that mind do next? Huh? What will it do next? What will that monkey do next? You can't tell. That's the mind. We can even be here right now, we're sitting here together, but the mind is telling you, what am I going to have for dinner? Or tomorrow, did I iron my clothes? Or did I leave? Are the children, did I buy food for the children for tomorrow? They have school. Did I do this? Did I do that? The mind goes everywhere. Helter-skelter, even now as we're speaking, isn't it? That's the job of the mind. But we are not this mind. Krishna reminds us, you're the soul within. So when we take to this practice, we're able to deal with our mind as well. To understand how this mind of ours is giving us so many problems. You know? How many people have had stress? Anyone gotten stressed before? All of you, I'm sure you've gotten stressed. Thank you. Someone there is honest. Yes? We get stressed all the time. How do I do this? How can I do this? How can I do this? And most of the time, the stress is coming from the head, isn't it?
She's raising my hand.
She's raising your hand because you must have told her one time, leave me alone, I'm stressed. Isn't it? We get so stressed, so many problems that the world is giving us. But most of the time our stress is coming because our mind is uncontrolled. If only we can control the mind, then we can deal with any of these problems. It becomes easy to deal with all these problems. Now Krishna says, if you take shelter of me, if you connect with me, if you chant my names, if you connect and engage in my service, I will preserve what you have, I will carry what you lack. And so there's no need to stress. No need to stress. Stress goes away because you know, okay, at the end of the day, if I've done my duty, if I've done my dharma, then Krishna will protect me because Krishna is protecting your dharma. That's why he says, Sarva Dharman Parityaja, give up other designations, give up other dharmas and surrender to me. I will take care of everything. That's what Krishna promises. And so we have to take the challenge. We have to he gives us this challenge, we have to take it, isn't it? What I'll do is we'll read from the Bhagavad Gita, something small from Srila Prabhupada in the purport to this wonderful verse in the Bhagavad Gita. And then I will share one small story of how really, when we take shelter of Krishna, he protects. Before we begin, we'll recite this one mantra. I don't know if you know it, it's called Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we'll be reading from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18. And the text is text 66. So the verse is, Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo moksha yishyami ma shuchaha. Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo moksha yishyami ma shuchaha. Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo moksha ishyami ma shuchaha. Krishna says, Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Please repeat. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. One more time. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Jai. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Let's hear from the Sadhu himself. Srila Prabhupada says, the Lord has described various kinds of knowledge and processes of religion. Knowledge of the Supreme Brahman, knowledge of the Supersoul, knowledge of the different types of orders and statuses of social life, knowledge of the renounced order of life, knowledge of attachment, sense and mind control, meditation, and many others. He has described in so many ways different types of religion. Now, in summarizing Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that Arjuna should give up all the processes that have been explained to him. He should simply surrender to Krishna. That surrender will save him from all kinds of sinful reactions, for the Lord personally promises to protect him. In the 7th chapter, it was said that only one who has become free from all sinful reactions can take to the worship of Lord Krishna. I'll repeat. Only one who has become free from all sinful reactions can take to the worship of Lord Krishna. Who here is free from all sinful reactions? None of us. Let's carry on. Thus, one may think that unless he is free from all sinful reactions, he cannot take to the surrendering process. To such doubts, it is here said that even if one is not free from all sinful reactions, how many of us are not free? All of us, isn't it? So, to such doubt, it is here said that even if one is not free from all sinful reactions, simply by the process of surrendering to Sri Krishna, he is automatically freed. There is no need of strenuous effort to free oneself from sinful reactions. One should unhesitatingly accept Krishna as the supreme savior of all living entities. With faith and love, one should surrender unto him. The process of surrender to Krishna has been described in the Hari Bhakti Vilas. According to the devotional process, one should simply accept such religious principles that will lead ultimately to the devotional service of the Lord. One may perform a particular occupational duty according to his position in the social order. But if by executing his duty, one does not come to the point of Krishna consciousness, all his activities are in vain. I'll repeat. One may perform a particular occupational duty. We all have our duties, isn't it? According to his position in the social order. But if by executing his duty, one does not come to the point of Krishna consciousness, all his activities are in vain. Wow. Anything that does not lead to the perfectional stage of Krishna consciousness should be avoided. One should be confident that in all circumstances, Krishna will protect him from all difficulties. There is no need of thinking how one should keep the body and soul together. Krishna will see to that. One should always think himself helpless and should consider Krishna the only basis for his progress in life. As soon as one seriously engages himself in devotional service to the Lord in full Krishna consciousness, at once he becomes freed from all contaminations of material nature. There are different processes of religion and purificatory processes by cultivation of knowledge, meditation in the mystic yoga system, and many others. But one who surrenders unto Krishna does not have to execute so many methods. That simple surrender unto Krishna will save him from unnecessary wasting time. One can thus make all progress at once and be freed from all sinful reactions. One should be attracted by the beautiful vision of Krishna. Look at him. He's beautiful, isn't he? One should be attracted by the beautiful vision of Krishna. His name is Krishna because he is all attractive. One who becomes attracted by the beautiful, all-powerful, omnipotent vision of Krishna is truly fortunate. Some people, they come here, they see Krishna, they think Krishna is a doll. He's just a doll we're dressing. But some people come and they feel that Krishna is very beautiful. Those ones are truly fortunate, Srila Prabhupada says. There are different kinds of transcendentalists. Some of them are attached to the impersonal Brahman vision. Some of them are attracted by the super soul feature. But one who is attracted to the personal feature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and above all, one who is attracted by the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Krishna himself, is the most perfect transcendentalist. Like Mataji over there, looking at Krishna, chanting for Krishna like this. She is the yogi. In other words, devotional service to Krishna in full consciousness is the most confidential part of knowledge. And this is the essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita. Karma yogis, empiric philosophers, mystics and devotees are all called transcendentalists. But one who is a pure devotee is the best of all. The particular words used here, ma suchaha, what does that mean? Do not fear. Don't hesitate. Do not worry. Are very significant. One may be perplexed, may be stressed as to how one can give up all kinds of religious forms and simply surrender unto Krishna, but such worry is useless. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. He makes it very clear, very simple. In life we can try many things. We can attempt to put ourselves in many situations. And at times it looks very good, you know. Some people, I was saying, many people out there, they are living their lives. They don't know about Krishna. They don't know about serving Krishna. But they've got a big house. They've got a successful business. They've got a lot of material things. Isn't it? But they're never thinking once about Krishna. Now even Krishna is making us understand that they might have all these things, but in their heart they will never be full. They will keep on trying to get. First I will get 100,000 pounds. Then I will want £1,000,000. Then I will want 100 million pounds. Then I will want the entire world. Isn't it? You can never be satisfied. These senses that we have always want more. Once upon a time I was at home in Kenya. My mom took me shopping. So I go shopping and then I see a lollipop and I tell mom, please buy me this lollipop. And my mom says, okay, Ian, if I buy you the lollipop, will you be happy? Yes, I'll be happy. Then my mom buys me the lollipop. Then we carry on and we keep on walking. I see another sweet. I say, mom, buy me that sweet. I promise if you buy me this one, I'll be comfortable, I'll be happy. My mom says, first you asked for the lollipop, you said you'll be happy. Now you're asking for a sweet, you say you'll be happy. I say, promise mom, after this, if you give me this sweet, I will be fine. I'll be content. So then she buys me the sweet. We carry on, we keep on walking. Then I see, they're selling cotton candy. Mom, please buy me this cotton candy. Ian, first you wanted the lollipop. You got the lollipop, you said you'll be happy. Then you wanted the sweet. You got the sweet, you said now you want cotton candy. If I buy you this one, will you be happy? I promise I'll be happy. Then as we were living in Kenya, we have people, they roast maize. So they roast maize on the side of the road, isn't it? Then they put chili. Very nice. So I ask, Mom, buy me this one as well. My mom is saying, come on. You said you'll be happy. But till now you're not happy, you're not satisfied. If I buy you this one, will you be satisfied? Yes, Mom, I promise I'll be satisfied. So she buys it for me. But as we're driving away, what do I see? A man is selling ice cream. Now the chili is too hot in my mouth. Mom, please buy me the ice cream. But Ian, I thought if you'll be eating the maize, you'll be happy. But still, we can't be satisfied. The senses are never satisfied. They'll always be asking for more. We think we have enough, but the senses are asking for more. Today you've got this handbag, tomorrow you want this other handbag. Today you've got this sari, tomorrow you'll ask for this other sari. Today you've got this house, tomorrow you'll ask for this other house. Today you've got this iPhone, tomorrow you'll ask for another iPhone. It's very, very difficult to be fully satisfied. Because all the time the senses are looking for more, isn't it? Always going to ask you, give me more, give me something else. You eat food, you're thinking, okay, enough. But next morning, you're hungry again. Isn't it? You say, okay, today the sun is out, I want kulfi. Tomorrow, I want another kulfi. Next day, I want another kulfi. You're never satisfied. The senses can never be satisfied. And Krishna is telling us that is our situation. You can never be fully satisfied in this material world, even if you try. Even if you say, Ian, what you're telling me is not true, I'm satisfied and I'll carry on. But we can never be fully satisfied because the senses will always ask. Tomorrow they want something else. They want something bigger. They want something better. They want something more enticing. They want something exciting. You'll watch one movie, next day you want to watch another movie, isn't it? You watch a show that you like, then you want to catch up on the show the next day. You can never be satisfied. That is the nature of this world that we are living in. And the problem is that people do not know that they cannot be satisfied, so they are trying, ever since they are young, trying their hardest to satisfy this body, trying to satisfy themselves, trying to satisfy the senses. Then they get old and the body cannot be able to maintain their attempts. Then what happens? Finished. Let's not get into that same trap. Let's not fall into the same mistake of thinking that we can be happy outside of Krishna consciousness. Because the reality is, the happiness that you get out there is nice, but it's temporary. It ends, isn't it? You'll have a nice birthday party. Who's had a birthday party this year already? Birthday party, you enjoyed it, was very nice, right? But tomorrow there's no birthday party. Tomorrow you have to go to work. Tomorrow you have to finish deadlines. Party is finished. That one is gone. Now you have to look forward to next party. Looking forward. And even when you're old and you're there in your bed and you cannot move your body, you're still waiting for another birthday party? Come on. It's difficult. You can't fully be satisfied in these ways. So Krishna is saying, let me take control. He tells Arjuna, you're worried about performing your duty. Don't worry. You perform your duty, but meditate on me. So I know some people, when they're working, they finish their deadlines, they chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. See how small ways you can add Krishna into your life to remind you that He is always there. No point in trying to do many things that you cannot be able to understand. Small doses, isn't it? If you chant Hare Krishna 10 minutes a day, add now 15 minutes a day. And try, carry on. And watch Krishna. He comes and protects you. I'll share with you one story of mine. I was new to this country, so I didn't know how to move around in this country, and I didn't have much money. Obviously, I'm coming from Kenya, and my mom was sick. My mom was diagnosed with a disease called cancer. So most of the money that we had to go to her medication and to her health purposes. So I was in Canterbury doing my degree. And then I'd gone to London. I wanted to come to the temple. We have a temple in Soho Street. So I wanted to go to the temple. But because I didn't have much money, I could only afford a simple ticket for £5. Now this ticket for £5, you cannot amend it. You cannot change it. If you miss your ticket, it's gone. And I didn't have much money. Now my coach was for around 7 o'clock. We have, around 8 minutes from now. My coach was around 7 o'clock. And from central London, going through the underground would take around 20 minutes. So I thought, if I leave at 6:30, before 7 I will get there. And I'll be able to get my coach back. Now we're chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We're chanting on the streets. We're having a very, very good time. Then I look at the time and I see, it is 6:30, I have to go. If I leave later than this, I might miss my coach. So I say bye to all the devotees, and one devotee looks at me and tells me, you know what? The way you're trying to connect with Krishna, Krishna will always take care of you. Never doubt it. So I go to the station is called Tottenham Court Road Station. I go to the station and I have an Oyster card. Now you have to tap obviously the Oyster card to get in, isn't it? So I go to tap my Oyster card is not working. So I'm confused, I can't. So then I think, okay, maybe my actual card, if I tap it, maybe I can be able to pay for it. But I go to tap my card, not working. So I ask one of the people working there, what's happening? Why is it not working? And they say to me, oh, you do not have the money. You don't have sufficient money. Then I look at my balance. Unfortunately, I did not have sufficient funds. The station, it was costing £2.40, but all I had was £1.50. Now £1.50, all it could do would be to take me on a bus. But the bus, how long does it take? 45 minutes to get to the station. I look at the time, it is 10 minutes to 7. And this time, it is around November, so it's very cold winter. And the winter in this place is deadly, because I'm from Kenya. Kenya is very hot, isn't it? How many have been to Kenya? Some of us maybe have been to Nairobi. It's very, very hot. It's like India, you know? So I'm thinking, how can I stay in this cold? It's crazy. I decide, what other option do I have? I don't know the devotees in the temple because it's my first few times. So I can't ask them for money, you know? But I can only take the coach and then try my best. My mom is in Kenya. Kenya is 3 hours ahead. So even if I call her to send me money, she can't send me money till the next morning. So I'm very stressed. And I'm thinking, what do I do? But otherwise, I have no option. I enter the bus. So I enter the bus, tap into the bus. I see the coach. What time will I get to the station? Now it will be around 7:30, 7:40. I pick my beads. And I put my hand in my bead bag. And I tell Krishna this, true story. Krishna, I came to London for you. I came to London to chant and to see you in the temple. Now you told Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita that if he takes shelter of you, you'll protect him. Now I'm asking you, you take shelter of me and protect me, because I might have to sleep on the streets tonight. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare. I start chanting. Now, what time do I get to the station? I get to the station around 7:45. When I enter the station, I can see departed to Canterbury. Next departure, 9:30. I decide, okay, what option do I have? Let me go speak to the teller and tell the teller my situation. Maybe from the kindness of the teller's heart, he can help me, isn't it? What other option do I have? Now, I'm walking to the teller. Then I see there's a lady there. And this lady is pregnant and she has her child. And the lady is shouting at the teller. And he's telling the teller, I missed my coach by 2 minutes. I missed my coach by 2 minutes. I'm a pregnant woman. I've got a child and you're going to make me buy another ticket? Huh? And he says, she's shouting at the teller. But the teller is telling her, unfortunately, I cannot change the system. You bought an unamendable ticket, so what do you have to do? You have to buy a new ticket. I am sorry. And she's shouting, she's calling him all sorts of names. Now me, I'm there, I'm looking, and I'm like, oh Krishna, I'm about to go do the same thing. What is my fate? But I remember, Krishna said that if we take shelter of him sincerely and ask him to take care of us, I did not tell Krishna, buy me another ticket. I told Krishna, you take care of me. Whatever you think is best, you do. So, now I'm here. The teller is around where mom is seated over there. So I start walking to the teller, slowly, slow motion. You know, like in the movies? Two. So I'm walking to her. I'm thinking, oh my God, I need to go ask for this. What can I do? Then guess what happens? All of a sudden, someone taps me on my back. I look at him and he tells me, habari yako. He speaks to me in Swahili. So immediately I ask him, how do you know that I can speak Swahili? How do you know that I can speak Swahili? And he says, I saw your chada. So I have this chada from Kenya, like Masai, black and red. Every time when we come abroad, we buy this chada. So I had this chada on my back, like this. So he tells me, I saw your chada. So I thought you must be either from Kenya or somewhere from East Africa. I'm from Kenya myself. So I tell him, I'm also from Kenya. Then I look at his shirt. Where does he work? National Express. I tell him my situation, and in 2 minutes, I get a ticket. Now, I sit down and I'm wondering, how did this happen? Because right before I went to the teller, he stops me. Isn't it? He could have stopped me at any other time, but what are the odds that a person who's also from Kenya is stopping me right before I was about to go ask for the ticket? Then I remember when I was in the coach, what did I tell Krishna? Krishna, you take care of me. And Krishna took care. So this is our reality. This is our fate. This is the truth. That really, if we honestly take shelter of Krishna, He will take care of us like this. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Shri Radha Gokulananda ki. Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki. Shri Gaur Nitai ki. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai. Now we'll all stand up and we're going to do Gaurarti for Radha Gokulananda. Hare Krishna. Alright everyone, so the words of the Gora Arti are up here. So Prabhuji is going to sing and we join him. All the words are here, you can follow slowly like that. Hare Krishna. Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasho Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasho Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasho
Jai Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद अभय चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी महाराज शिल प्रभुपाद की ISKCON BBT फाउंडर शिल प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नाम आचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की अयोध्यापुरी धाम की मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की गंगा माई यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे. Oh glories to the assembled devotee. 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 Oh, glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada ki. So if it's possible, please take a seat. We're going to conclude the Aarti ceremony by offering pranams to Lord Nrsimhadev. So Achyuta Gaur Prema Prabhu will be singing the Nrsimhadev prayers, and this will be followed by some important announcements from Ian Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste
party and for putting your heart into it and chanting for the pleasure of Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda. The chanting doesn't end there. Now we'll be having kirtans and bhajans in the temple room up until 9 o'clock when the curtains open. We've got experienced kirtanias who are here who want to engage us in chanting of the holy names. So please stay back, chant, revel in the wonderful power of the holy names and enjoy yourselves. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Hare Srila Prabhupada ki! Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki! Jai!
Hare Krishna.
Beautiful guys, yeah? Thank you very much. God bless
We'll go higher.
I asked her last week, but straight up said no to me quite good. So I'm not gonna keep asking, do you know what I mean?
What happened last? Where were we?
You were here. You asked me to sing, and after I was like, I sang the week before. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get another one.
Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki. Namah Vishnu Pradaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine
Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Yeah, Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Namaste Narasimhaya Praladaladaine Hiranyakashipu Vakshahaya Latankanakalaye Ito Narsingho Parato Narsingho Yato Yato Yamitato Narsingho Mahir Narsingho Hridaye Narsingho Narsingha Madim Sharanam Prapade Narasingha Madim Sharanam Prapade Tavakara Kamalavare Nakha Madhuta Shringha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringa Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Avatara Kamalavare
Shri Shri Narsingadev Bhagavan ki, Shri Prahlad Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Shri Harinam Prabhu ki
Jai.
Shri Shri Radha Gokulanand ki
Jai.
Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki Shri Shri Gauritai ki Srila Prabhupada ki Bhaktivedanta Manor ki Nitai Gaur Premanande Panchakalpatubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyascha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Ananta Koti Vaishnavinde ki Just to inform everyone, next week is in the Haveli with His Holiness Indrajimna Swami in the evening. But in the morning, there's a really nice ceremony going on, so if anyone's free, between 10 and 4, I believe, 10 and 1, one of the devotees, Sutapa Prabhu, many of you may know, will be taking sannyas. So please come and see. It's a very special occasion, actually. Haribo.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, there was one in the Haveli. As in 9 o'clock. 7 o'clock.